Yo, yo.
Tornado they've ever had in history was 2011. One that hit up in the series. Killed more people than any tornado ever has in the United States at one time.
left.
Brad, that's you. What out for radio check?
Hell yeah.
Audio 6, your showers.
Damn, everybody go to church? Yo. Damn it. Has it been this dead all this evening so far? I don't know. I've turned it down. I've been watching the videos. I turned it up and it's been quiet. Yeah, it's same way over here. I was over watching Port Protection and she went to go in there and kick back and watch her whodunit shows, and I was going to sit there and roll me a big fat one and drink some tea. Been watching cops getting put in their place. Right. Hey, if we fuck up, they're ready to tell us, so if they fuck up, we need to be ready to tell them. Let's watch this one. This dude went to court and represented himself, and he had all his notes and everything, and he made that cop look stupid as fuck. 'Cause I guess his inspection sticker went out or something about the registration, unregistered or whatever, and he's like in the court, and when he got to speak, he started cross-examination the fucking cop, and he's asking him about that law, and he said do you know about this law and all this, what it says in there? And that cop's like, no, I'd have to look it up and read it. And he's sitting there reading a bunch of it, and that law is for registered vehicles. It don't say nothing about unregistered. For inspection, if you have an unregistered vehicle, you can't get it inspected till you get it registered. So he had that cop all fucked up.
Damn. Oh yeah, 'cause he had, I guess, just moved there and he didn't get his registration changed to California.
I don't know where it was at, but I guess his registration went out. He didn't renew it or some shit, or he was fixing to. But yeah, the cop, he didn't know what the fuck he was doing. I guess he was a newbie or something. But yeah, he made that cop look stupid as hell.
Yeah, they're used to people just going down there and paying it. They're not used to a challenge. Just like the one that tried to get me for running a red light years ago, back when I had that Black Ranger. I was like, what the fuck? I said, when I went under that fucking light, it turned yellow. I said, your whole point was you sat back there with that newspaper up in front of your face in that left-hand turn lane to come off and go back west on Western, or on 44th, excuse me. And then he went to writing the ticket up. He wrote, we was on 59th Street, and I was like, dude, where in the fuck are you at, man? I'm on 44th, not 59th. So he scratched that with a line and put 44th. I took that shit to court. I brought all that up in front of that fucking judge, man. That cop declined shit. The city declined it and just let it drop. I made his ass look bad. Cause I told him, I said, maybe they ought to have this man's eyes checked, check his integrity, and make sure he's still fit to be working on the police department, or maybe he needs to get his eyes checked or something. I said he was too spaced out with that newspaper to know what was going on. Somebody honked the horn for him to go on. He got pissed off, so he gonna pull me over and say I ran a red light.
Hell, I seen him right through the newspaper.
Dude, you know where Lone Wolf Guitars was at the other side of Douglas? I was right in there when he come boiling around the fucking corner, blowing the tires off it with the lights. So I pull up in Lone Wolf, you know, over to the side of the road to get out of the way like you're supposed to. That motherfucker pulled right in behind me. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, he was, shit, I think late 50s, early 60s. My thing was, I just figured he needed to go ahead and retire. And I told that judge, I said, look on that ticket. I said, that man's a derelict of what was going on around him. He put on there, we was on 59th Street. Yeah, we was on 44th. He didn't know where he was at.
Yeah, most of them don't.
That city attorney goes, well, the officer's been on the force for 27 years. I said, it may be time to retire. Then the judge kept saying, dismissed, dismissed. I said, well, this is my day in court, so I'm voicing my opinion. Now, do I get my money back I had to post bond for? Go see the clerk. And he was hanging everybody else's ass prior to me. I thought, boy, it's going to be a good one. My buddy of mine, he was with me, he was, man, he said, hush, man, you're going to cause all kinds of shit. And when we got pulled over, he was in the truck. I was taking him to a probation officer meeting. And he's in there sitting, he goes, man, hush, you're going to get us thrown in jail. And cop goes, oh, there's somebody else in the truck. I said, you pull over a vehicle and you don't know how many people's in that motherfucker? Dude, what the hell's wrong with you? Which we both know that's fucking not very bright. It's kind of dangerous for their behalf.
Damn, Mr. Man, when did this happen?
God damn. Let's see. Fuck, I was driving my 93 Ranger. I'd say it was back in the late 90s.
Oh, hell, I thought it happened today or something.
No, got that fat bastard rolled.
Well, I wonder if old Gary's gonna come out tonight. Hell, I didn't get finished with him last night. He shut up. I'm gonna slap him around some more.
Yeah, they've obviously been so fucked up lately, man, he just can't handle it anymore. He was pretty rough sounding last night.
Oh, hell, he sounded like last night he had 2 bumps.
Yeah, I think he done bumped so much he done bumped his fucking head.
He was talking about some crazy shit last night.
It's just getting worse. The shit he's been talking about, getting more violent and more fucked up.
Yeah, he is getting more violent. A lot more violent. And you know, he gets that way towards the police officers and stuff like that. I call the cops on you, I'll have them come over there. And he talked like he gonna fuck up the cops, man. That's not a good thing.
All that shit he was out here screaming for Tinker Air Force Base, saying he's in desperate need of help and all this bullshit.
Yeah, first he said he needed medical help, then he said he needed mental help, then he said he needed mental help again. I was like, damn.
Yeah, that's pretty messed up. He was actually hollering, Bunker 19 for Tinker Air Force Base. Bunker 19 for Tinker Air Force Base. What the fuck?
Yeah, you got Tinker Air Force Base. Go ahead. That was some fucked up shit. I need some help. I need medical help out here. Quick, please. Then he turned around and said, Tinker Air Force Base, I need mental help out here.
Where's my hand up there, Tinker Air Force Base?
Yeah, roger that. Everything's good over here at Tinker.
Roger, roger. Well, I'm getting ready to come in here with land my my jet airplane, and can I park it there for just the evening while I go party? I'll pick it up about 3 or 4 in the morning.
Yeah. Well, hey, the commissary's open 24/7 right now, and we're running a special. Buy one, get one free, as long as you're not a submarine sniper.
Roger that, yeah. I've never sniped a submarine before. Hey, I appreciate it. Hey, I'll be landing there here in about an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah, all submarine snipers must report to the head shop. Oh, heartbreaker.
Wave my hand there, heartbreaker.
I hear whoever that is out there in the distance. I don't know where you're at, but I can hear you waving a hand.
You got me beat, Dr. Bob. All I'm hearing is static.
Yeah, come on, break. Where you at out there? Yeah, we didn't copy all that, but I'm up here on the north side of Oklahoma City. Come on. Well, I copied the East Coast. I just not quite sure where, but anyway, I just barely got a copy on you. I may need to turn more your direction, but anyway, radio's working good. I just don't have a real good copy.
Well, I can't say they got a handle. Earlier today, coming out of Georgia, I think Rattlesnake talked to him in 1378. That dude's got one good sounding radio. He sounds like a black man.
All right, out there on the East Coast, come back one more time with you, 1020. Where are you located? Hell, I think he's over in Barbados or something. Or the Bahamas.
Shot, buddy.
Yeah, I barely heard somebody saying they were in Virginia a while ago. Well, that last transmission I got sounded like some of that foreign language, a little bit of, down in Barbados or up to the Bahamas or something. We're down there where they beat on trash cans for their music. I heard that. Well, I'm going to get back on the side and see if they want to try to come back to you.
Call them bongo drums.
I don't know what they call them. They look like they take a fucking 55-gallon drum and they put certain size dents in the top of it. Plays all that Caribbean style music or whatever you call it. Some of that Jimmy Buffett shit, come on.
Radio check 19, butter.
Radio's working.
Bob's just been over there crying to Lonnie Anderson.
What do you mean over there crying? What have I been crying?
Because Lonnie Anderson died.
First I've heard about it. I wasn't getting none of it anyway, so why would I be crying?
Yo, Burt Reynolds has been tearing that up. Yeah, boy, I tell you what, she was a hottie.
She was a high-maintenance, big-titty blonde. That's exactly what she was.
Hell yeah. High maintenance ain't the word for it. Rich maintenance.
Yeah, well, hey, Bart Reynolds couldn't afford it, come on.
Well, yeah, he couldn't afford it. He couldn't hang with it.
Yeah, he fucked up and got her pregnant, and she tore his ass up.
Gotta give her credit. She's a pretty smart old gal.
Yeah, for a dumbass blonde, she wasn't near as stupid as you think.
Yeah. Hey, I gotta step out. I'll be back. I'll be back here in about 10 minutes.
Give me a call when you got a minute, Bob.
Hell yeah, that's all I got. The rest of the night's a minute, you know what I mean?
10 Roger.
10 Roger.
Seemed like I wasn't hearing him, and I put that galaxy noise filter on and just called him, and where that thing was. I'm back.
Plug 19 radio check. Can you get a radio check?
It's working.
Hey, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Too busy sandbagging.
Yeah, but I picked it up. They shocked them now. The reason they got in there to the wire wasn't shocked.
Yeah, they have cabin back.
Boom, boom, boom. Well, is that it? Hey, Dr. Bob, you still out there? I think Colonel Bob is in the flight room giving a briefing.
Roger, Doctor, on the flight room.
Hey, they fine.
I'll say one thing, Snowman, when it gets quiet out there, it's quiet.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm about 3 shades from going and hitting the shower.
Now, it's almost 9 o'clock already.
Uh-huh. Mine had me in her rearranging the bedroom today, moving a big old table we had blankets piled up on, bagged them up, took them to storage, fixed a dresser that had to have the board put back in it, some screws tightened up, got that all straightened up and reorganized. Fuck, man, hell, we spent all day long just doing that shit in that damn bedroom.
Well, damn it. You know, that ain't what bedrooms are for. You ain't supposed to work in them. You're supposed to have fun in them.
Well, that is work these days.
Ain't no shit. After you reach our age, it's work.
Yeah, shit, when we're 30, go at it all night long. Fuck, hell, at our age, you learn to achieve that in about 15 minutes, what it took you all night to do.
Hell, I remember they used to howl at the moon all night. Well, then, I don't even howl anymore. Yeah, the moon's still up. I gotta go.
I'm just glad we don't have other occupants in the house, cause they, you know, never mind. They'd be hearing things they wouldn't want to hear.
bunch of wah-wahs could talk.
I'm glad them bitches do nothing but bark. I'm glad the dogs don't talk and the birds don't sing, you know what I mean?
Well, they sing, but they don't speak English.
Well, I'm just glad we don't understand fucking goddamn parakeet.
Some damn flies on the wall that always knock me out.
Damn it. Let's put a little fly paper up and cure that.
Some bitches sing till he dies. I used that damn sticky pads one time out there in my garage, and I caught a little old baby snake, little old garter snake. I tried to help him get loose, but there wasn't no helping him.
Roger.
I thought that was just wrong, man. That ain't nowhere to die.
Damn. This dude, man, his chick he was with for years, she was a car builder. Well, he got caught cheating on the old girl. Well, they showed back up from him a weekend entourage. His car sitting in the driveway with no engine, no transmission, and no rear end. It's sitting on blocks.
Payback's for hell.
Yeah, I started thinking, brother, that's one you shouldn't have done that to.
Seen that video of that gal was out there beating the shit out of the woman's car that her old boyfriend was cheating on. She beat the shit out of him with a sledgehammer. Come find out it wasn't his girlfriend's car.
All right.
I thought that was pretty funny. She's standing there talking shit to her while she's beating on it. Go ahead, get it out of your system.
Yeah, no shit. They both walk off and it wasn't his car.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't his girlfriend's car. It was kind of funny.
All right.
I've been watching these blind dates at night. I don't know what channel they're on now. I can't remember, but anyway. These damn guys are idiots. They don't know how to talk to women.
Oh, damn. 66 Ford Fairlane 500 hardtop. Man, that motherfucker's pretty.
It's got the body style like a falcon, ain't it?
LTD.
I like them little two-door falcons, about 64.
Yeah, these are kind of more like the LTD body style.
You know, some of it's come out factory with 289 in them at a 4-speed in the floor.
Right. I had a 74 Custom 500. It was like the LTD. two-door. Had that 400 small block in it, man. That was a running motherfucker, boy.
Yeah, I had a LTD Ford, and it looked just like a detective car. Tell you what, it was a nice highway rig. Man, I love driving that thing down the highway. It's smooth.
Yep, my mom borrowed that car one day because hers quit and she had to drive to Shawnee. She come back that evening, she goes, man, that car fucking run that highway. She goes, that just blew me away. It just rode so good, and she goes, man, that thing had a lot of power. She goes, it was gone.
You know, it's funny about them LTDs, man. I tell you what, you get a good ride on them. It'll put you to sleep riding them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like it. The Panther formats they did there during the 80s and in the 90s up into 2011 was the last year they did the Crown Vic, the Grand Marquis, and Lincoln Town Cars on that Panther format. Man, them cars just ride like air, but boy, they'll run their asses off. 88 Lincoln Town Car, 86, 88 Lincoln Town Car with that 5.0 high output. God damn, man, them things are fucking... Hell, they'll get 26 miles a gallon on the highway and haul ass. A friend of mine's mom went to buy one from a car lot down on Western, and she always had me look her cars over because her son wrecked the last one. Fucking bullshit. But anyway, she'd have me go look it over, and, you know, try to give it a bill of health. We went to take it for a test drive. She wanted me to drive it, so she told me to drive it. Her and the salesman sat in the back seat. Man, I'm telling you what, that Lincoln was a running son of a bitch. While I laid into it, and I didn't think he was going to quit fucking turning the tires. And that was that 5.0 high output.
You know, back in the day, Ford built some Cadillacs that were better than Cadillacs.
Yep. Hell, the designer, it was for Henry Ford, is the one that designed the Cadillac originally, and then he sold it over to the Chevrolet brothers. Or, excuse me, Fisher Bodies, Fisher Brothers. Because you remember back in the day, the old Chevrolets and Cadillacs, way back, all that had that deal on the kick plate down there at the bottom on the rocker. It said Fisher Bodies.
Yeah, that's something I've never owned is a Cadillac. I don't even remember ever driving one. Maybe, you know, driving up, put gas in it for my boss, about it.
Right. Yeah, all the General Motors products had that Fisher body deal on that chrome, that silver chrome look polished stainless or whatever the fuck it was. It went right over there. They'd cover over the edge of the carpet, and when you close the door, you didn't see it no more.
Oh yeah, right down there at the bottom of the door, Fisher Body.
Yep. There's a Fisher Carriage Works is what made them motherfuckers, and then they put labels on them.
Break 19.
Come on with it, Choctaw.
Hey, I'm going to give you a history lesson on the 289 if you don't mind.
Well, go for it.
Back whenever Ford decided to go beat Ferrari, it's the 289 in their Le Mans and GT series that took Ferrari out for like 3 or 4 years in a row.
Yep.
Yeah, I had a 67 Cougar, had that 289 in it. 3-speed in the floor. That's factory too. That son of a bitch get 30 miles to the gallon on the highway.
Yeah, but see, Choctaw, what helped that 289 Ford beat Ferrari back in '66 Le Mans was a part of Carroll Shelby's intervention in that, I can't think of that driver's name. them two worked together on fucking designing cars, because he'd come back and tell Carol what he thought the car needed and what wasn't working right and this and that, and they'd iron it out. So that teamwork right there is how that happened.
Dan Gurney. Gurney was so tall they had to put a bubble when he drove. That was called the Gurney bubble.
Yep. Yeah, he's the one who drove the car in '66 during the Le Mans.
He also built chassis for Indy back then that were called Gurney Eagles.
Yep, it was kind of sad. I think it was in '68. He was running one of them cars on the test track and the motherfucker blew up on him. He wrecked it and it blew up. Killed him right there.
And I remember they used to take them Shelbys out there to track around. They'd be running down the track 60, 70 mile an hour, and then they'd throw that something to a tailspin and put it right in the parking spot.
God damn. Yeah, Carol Shelby had something to do with it. He was going to be a running motherfucker, because that Ford would send him over to Carol Shelby when people would order him and want all that extra shit done. They'd send it over to Shelby Motors there, and they'd fucking do it.
Yeah, and I've seen an interview with Carol Shelby talking about he didn't want the 427 because he was afraid it was going to upset the balance of the car.
Yep, too much weight.
And that's what's wrong with a lot of these Corvettes. They got all that big boulder and shit in them, and the damn body's so light, it'll get away from you.
Yeah, that big cam engine, that big overhead cam engine they had back in the 60s, what was that, a 427, 429? Dual overhead cam, that was a mean motherfucker.
Actually, it was a 427 single overhead.
Yeah, I had a cam only over each head. It's a modular engine is what they called them.
Yeah, it's a shame Ford didn't stick with it and develop it. They let it go the way of the dodo bird.
Yeah, because hell, when they went to bring that out to the racetrack, hell, that's when NASCAR and NHRA banned it, because they wasn't putting it out there in production cars on the street yet. Because they were coming after the Chrysler, that big Hemi, that big elephant. They were coming after it, and they was beating it.
Oh yeah, it was over 100 horsepower more. But yeah, they banned the Chrysler Hemi because it was a non-production engine. It was race engine only. So after that 427 was banned, they had to build a street version of the 426 Hemi that they could go back and use in NASCAR. So there was 2 generations of the Hemi, and most people don't know that.
Yeah, just like Ford also had a Hemi engine. Because what makes a Hemi is that head being has that hemisphere surface in there where the valves and shit. It's kind of like a half ball in there. It kind of dishes or bowls out, whatever you want to call it. That's how you get the Hemi head. It allows more combustion and more power and more torque come out of it.
Oh yeah, Ford was building Hemi engines all the way back to the 40s. They built a twin overhead cam engine. I think it was 1,100 cubic inch for tanks and aircraft.
Yep. Yeah, they was running them overhead cam engines for them tanks, big old fuckers, man. They were big, I think 10 cylinders. Yeah, 1,100 horsepower and about 900 foot-pounds of torque coming out of those, and those were gasoline engines.
Even though we mainly race Chevrolets, as far as the racing world has to go, Ford has absolutely nothing to prove.
No, 'cause they've done pretty well done it. What do you think about it? They've covered every goddamn thing there is, from airplanes, tanks, fucking goddamn tractors, automobiles.
Yeah. Not only did they beat Ferrari at their own game, they spanked them pretty hard a couple of times.
Yeah.
You know, Ford even put some big engines in the, it wasn't a diesel truck now, it was just a gas truck, but, you know, hauled over the road.
Oh, yeah. I'd like to get a hold of me a Ford 8-in tractor or a 9-in tractor. Either one, it wouldn't bother me one.
Yeah, I think that was a 429 they put in them trucks.
Uh-huh. With a gear ratio enough to pull a house off the foundation, just letting loose of the clutch.
They also put a shitload of 427s in the big ton-and-a-half or 2-ton trucks too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Ford, I mean, you know, it ain't nothing about, you know, having a pissing match with nobody, but Ford's had their hand in all kinds of shit throughout its history, where they've dabbled and built engines for this and that. And another engine maker out there has done the same thing, and that's Honda.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of funny you mentioned Honda. They're really not, their VTECs really aren't that fast until you put a turbo and nitrous on them, and then they blow apart.
Damn.
You know, I can't prove it, but one of my grandma's brothers, he worked for Ford building engines.
Roger. Yeah, Honda, man, hell, they've goddamn dabbled in, car engine, motorcycles, cars. It started with motorcycles. Motorcycles, cars, boat engines, lawnmowers, man, they got all kinds of shit.
Well, that was in that there old Willis Jeep, that Ford Flathead, that they called it the Iron Duke.
Better off just going down to Harbor Freight and getting one of those engines now.
Oh, that Predator, that's a Honda knockoff. Yeah, I know what you're talking about over there. The old Duke, that old 4-cylinder overhead, that old flathead.
Yeah, they got some kids sprints out at I-44. A lot of them are using them Predator engines. They're actually pretty fast for what they are.
Oh yeah, I've followed people that's used them for different shit, and they got little aftermarket things you can do to it, like change the jets and carburetor or a carburetor or something, and it fucking really gets to humping good. There's been some guys that bored them out, made them even fucking bigger than what they were.
You know what I always liked about Chevrolet? You could pull a motor out of anything and it'd bolt up to the Chevrolet transmission. Ford wasn't like that. That's the only thing I hate about Ford.
Well, Chevrolet has its own bolt pattern on that bell housing and them top two ones, and vehicles from Bell and Pontiac all have the same. They had two different cases. They had the Chevy case and the BOP case.
Yeah, Ford, every damn motor would bolt up to a transmission different. And I ain't knocking it for that, but it was a nightmare. I always stuck with the 390s and the 352s. That's what I always run. A 390 with the 352 is the same thing as 390, just a little bigger cylinder.
Yep. You know, it's like this truck of mine I got here, the V6, and it's that 4.2 liter. And that bolt pattern on the back of that block, hell, I could take and put a, what the fuck is it? I could put a 5.0 or 289 or whatever and bolt up to that bell housing, and it'll bolt straight up to it.
Well, yeah, they had them. I went through this. I mean, they had them 351s of Cleveland, or it didn't matter what it was. They all bolted up different.
And hell, I can also take the AOD and bolt it up to behind that 4.2 liter V6. But they're using the same bolt pattern on the bell housing.
FMX out of a Mach 1 Mustang.
What's that, Choctaw?
The transmission you really need is a FMX out of an old Mach 1 Mustang.
Yeah, a buddy of mine had one of those in a 69 Torino. An old cast iron motherfucker.
Yeah, that was worth the extra couple of pounds, too.
Yeah, hell, it was a good transmission, but hell, I don't know how he did it, but he fucked his up and I had to help him change it out. Oh my God.
Well, them old Mustangs, you remember them little 1s and 2s, not the Machs, just the 1s and 2s. Had that rack and pinion steering. Shit. You could scrap them things out for more money than there's worth, because people just wanted the front end out for now just to put under a hot rod.
Oh yeah, that Mustang too, front end.
Yeah.
Hell man, it was a goddamn quick, easy way of conversion over to more modern steering and suspension ride, so fuck yeah.
That's like that Vega GT. It had a little 4-cylinder in it, but it had a Muncie 4-speed in it.
The thing with the Mustang 2 and the Pinto front suspension was the steering geometry. All the steering angles were right. Hell, back when we were running them limited modifieds, we had to put Ford suspension parts to make our geometric chassis work right.
Yeah, them old Pintos, they used to run on a roundy track, didn't they?
Yeah, I still got one of them. You know, it was dynoed at 340 horsepower to the rear wheel.
Yeah, I worked out there for Griffin's at record service, and them things be in the impound yard. Hell, I'd buy them off of him, man. I made some bucks off of that shit.
Yeah, if I was smart, I'd pull that motor and transmission and everything out, put it in something, and go out and take people's money away.
Gives you a little street rod. It's funny, it really is about what the little bitty cars, how fast they were back in the day. They were fast.
Oh yeah. Hell, I run more cam in the 4-cylinders than I did in the P8.
On a Ford Torino one time, and I gotta say that was the quickest car I ever had.
Oh yeah, they made some badass Torinos and everything else. Hell, I remember when we had to put 110 octane in my parents' grocery kit.
Yeah, times have sure changed. Now you got these here fast-ass cars that go by you, sound like somebody driving a weed eater.
Yeah, they sound like they're going fast until they actually go by you. It's like, damn, that's a lot of racket for no faster than they're going.
Yeah, they sound like they're hauling ass, but they ain't.
Well, I remember, I'm not a Chrysler fan, but I remember when Chrysler and GM also made some pretty powerful stuff. Hell, my dad had, I think it was a 66 Buick that had 2 Carter 4 barrels sitting on top of it. You could be doing 55 or 60 miles an hour on the highway, hit passing gear, and that sucker's light up both rear tires.
My dad had a 57 or 58 Pontiac like that. That thing would throw you back in the seat, and you couldn't get back up and touch it. Touch the dashboard. I mean, it would get it.
Yeah, they were building stuff to go fast up till 1970. 69 was the absolute peak for horsepower and torque. Then 70, they started dropping it off little by little.
I remember asking my dad one time on that shifter, an automatic shifter, I said, what does that S stand for? He said, that's super. Super fast.
Yeah, when I was younger, I used to think, oh, this 4-speed's the greatest thing.
How big boy is doing out there? Come on.
A good automatic that's been licensed up, you can't outshift one of them suckers.
Hey, can you guys pull up a bit?
Yeah, if I had automatic back in the day, that'd be the first thing I'd do is pull that thing out and put a standard in it. But, you know, times has changed. I wouldn't do that nowadays.
Yeah, I used to like
What's going on out there?
the Ford Warner Super T10s, but we started using them Saginaws out of them over Chevy and GMC pickups, and I'll tell you what, those are damn near as strong as those Ford Warners are.
Yeah, my father-in-law had a 67 Ford at 3-speed on the column with overdrive. You had a little lever there, you pull that thing, and you could shift it without the clutch.
Oh yeah, I had a 66 Fairlane station wagon with a 289 that had that manual overdrive on it. 3 on the tree, but I put a floor shifter in it and thought I was cool.
Hey, Dr. Choctaw, I'm gonna step back. There's some truck driver, I think, wanting to get in there and talk. I'm gonna step back a minute.
Okay, well, I'm gonna do the same.
Well, go ahead there, truck driver. The channel's all yours.
Yeah, I've got out here Porky out there. Could I get a radio check?
Could I get a radio check out here?
Yeah, radio check, you're sounding good.
Okie dokie, I appreciate that.
Roger that. I'm over here about I-35 Southeast 44th Street.
I'm not familiar with here. I'm over at the Metro.
Yeah, you're about 4.5 miles from me there, Roger.
Okie dokie. Okay.
All right, buddy. Have a good one.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you. You too. Radio check. I can barely hear you out here in Choctaw.
Got it, Tom Baker. Yeah.
are we arguing out there? You just holding up the radio station. Just let it go. Let it go. Obviously, we ain't real good time.
Is that it out there?
Let's go, Brandon.
What?
When we had that gunfight down there in Waco, Texas, years ago. We had their ass to that station. Sunrise about to let Jack take her home.
got your ears on.
Talking to people?
Yeah, I was just checking my radio. It was kind of making some weird sounds earlier when somebody was talking to me, so I was curious.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. Well, Cody just pulled in. He was hauling ass. I think he had to go to Sublette too, and he just pulled back in the stockyard.
Like he's coming back to Sublette, or he's made the first load to Sublette?
No, he loaded this morning. I'm pretty sure he said he had to go to Sublette, and he's already back. Like, he loaded before I did, going to Ponca City. I don't know. That looked like him. It may not have been him, though.
Man, there ain't no way. I don't know.
It's only 230 miles there and 230 miles back.
In the span of 5 hours.
Those that can't do. Those that will do.
Your Freeliner been doing any of the burning and button stuff?
Shut your dirty whore mouth. Don't even start talking about it.
I'm sorry. I was just asking.
Matter of fact, you go ahead and get the hell away from me. I don't want none of that Jake curse on my shit.
Who's the guy from Tulsa that you're talking about that polishes that you're starting?
Do what now?
Who's the guy from Tulsa that you're talking about that just started polishing that you suggested?
You know, right there at right there where you go to the cell barn and the Blue Beacon?
Not really, but yeah, sure.
On the east side of Tulsa over there's a Blue Beacon and then that CB shop. There's a truck wash type deal, and I'm pretty sure they just opened it up last Monday, that they started polishing it.
Huh. I might have to go down there. Maybe like tomorrow morning after I get back, see about a price. I don't know. Do you know the name?
I don't. I had to look it up.
I can't park with the shit.
Oh, you're looking good, driver. You're looking good. Show us how it's done.
Man, I hate cheap too. That fucking pole is right in your leg.
Yes,
We may have a bigger problem there, hand. I think I lost my health papers.
You lost them or you never got them?
No, I got them. I just can't find them. Never mind, I was sitting on them. Did you get her in their hand?
Is your truck out of the way, Eli?
As soon as this white truck gets up here, I'm going to get out of their way. Watch out, take your mirror off.
Where are y'all headed off to today?
I got to go to Sublet and Scott City, Kansas.
I'm just going back up there to Bristow, up there by Tulsa.
How far is that?
Kansas.
Copy, don't get back on that worldwide.
It's about 30 minutes in this direction.
Somebody's got to pull 2 rounds up tonight. Squeeze right there in front of you, get out of your way. It's okay. You get her tucked away? Show us how it's done, Mr. Coffee.
Yo, yo, yo. Damn it. Oh, what was that? What? What? Yeah! Ugh, damn it. Boy, that shower felt good. I'm just sitting there melted in my chair now.
Damn, I figured you done been in bed, snowman.
Well, I just rolled me a joint and lit it, so I'm going to try to get about a third, a half of it, and then I'm going to go put it in the sheets.
I'm fixing to do the same thing.
Yeah, shit, I feel like I've kind of worked my ass off around here today, dragging this goddamn oxygen tube around the fucking house, kept stepping on it, about to pull my ears off, pulled the motherfucker up my nose, tripping over it. It was like being chained to a fucking, you'd be moving longer and all of a sudden you step on that fucker and going forward and all of you setting your head down in your fucking chest.
Them you on the oxygen tank?
Yeah, I've been on one for about a month.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they found out I had a fucking case of pneumonia, which I'm over that shit, but they still want me on it because they saying my oxygen ain't what it should be, but that's from 45 years of fucking smoking. I quit that shit back in April before all this ever started happening.
Shit, I need to quit.
Well, it's a good time to start. I just got mad one day, walked in here and fucking took 2 big containers. They were about half gallon each of fucking full of tobacco and dumped them in the trash. My missus looked at me and told her, I said, I'm done.
Man, wish I'd have been around that time. I'd have grabbed that tobacco.
That's the way I do it, man. It's like when I fucking quit drinking back years and years ago. Well, I was sitting there in the morning after drinking heavily the night before. The next morning, I'm in there drinking coffee, watching my kids play on the floor. Shit, the oldest was about 4, the youngest was a little over a year old. Fuck, I'm done, man. I just grabbed the ice chest, drug it out the door, and dumped it in the trash. Hell, the kids and mama looked at me and said, you all right? I'm like, yeah, I'm done. She goes, well, I'm finished. She goes, I got breakfast cooking. I said, no, I'm done with that, period. Hell, the next day I went and cut all my hair off. I went down to a buzzed haircut, and I've been wearing my head buzzed like that for 32 years.
Yeah, I never did get into that long hair stuff, hell. I guess I'm like my dad got that receding hairline. Well, hell, my mom's side's got it too, but kind of balder on the front and sides there, right? I just keep it short. Hell, when I was locked up, I used to shave it about 3 times a week.
Alright, yeah, I just take wall clippers about every week to 10 days. No brush guard, and just buzz my head down. Trim up the beard and call it a day. Yeah, my hair was down over my shoulders, down about the middle of my chest before I cut it all off. My whole thing was I was going to change my life. I need to change what I seen in the mirror in the morning when I walked in there to go brush my teeth. And it made the difference. Yeah, my missus, she would keep trying to get me, oh, grow your hair back, grow your hair back. She's seen some pictures when I was a young man and had longer hair. I'm like, nope. I said, that guy's gone. He died a long time ago.
Hell yeah.
He went in the trash can, literally. Hell, the fucking his hair was there, and so was all the liquor. Yeah, I drank up to about 2018. Watched my best friend die and shit, and drank for about a week after that. And one day I woke up and just said, I'm done. Fucking quit drinking.
Yeah, my thing was watching my kids play on the floor, and I'm like, man, you know, I got to be the one to show them something different, so I broke the chains. Me and my brother did. We watched all of our male elders and our families from both sides. They drank and drank and drank. That was just a big thing. You had to be drinking all the time. Hell, shit. And time I was between about 15 to 16 years of age, maybe about 16 on up till I was 25, 26, man. Well, about 26, man, I was full-blown alcoholic, man. I was drinking every fucking day. And I wasn't drinking beer because, hell, it didn't do me no good to drink beer. One kidney, I stood there and pissed all night long.
That's pretty much what I was, old beer drinker. You know, I'd drink from sun up to sundown.
I was doing it with fucking 80 proof liquor.
Yeah, I just never, I don't know, that's something I never got into, that old whiskey and shit. I mean, vodka. I drank it, but I mean, not as much as I drink beer.
It did me no good to drink beer, fuck hell. I proved that to my missus one time. I went and got 2 Millers out of the ice box. Because we used to keep a little on hand for somebody might want one. I drank one before it got to the fucking front door, it was gone. And before I could go to the table out there where we were sitting at, I done had the second one down. She was, goddamn. I said, I won't drink them hot. They got to be ice fucking cold, I won't touch them. And it does me no good to drink this shit, man. I don't get nothing out of it except standing there pissing all night.
Yeah, I hate hot beer.
Nope, I can't do that shit.
Yeah, make me sicker than a dog drinking hot beer.
Yeah, I just, like I said, I tried that shit, that fucking the quarter games and shit when we were younger. Fuck, man, I spent more time going to piss than I did drinking. I said, fuck this shit, man. So I went over to fucking hard liquor, and my thing was Jose Gold or fucking, what the hell was that shit? Crown Royal, Jose Gold, fucking rum, shit. Fucking that goddamn Captain Morgan, man, that was my big thing there.
Right, you ever try that Patron?
Yeah, I've tried it, but to me that clear shit, man, burned my throat.
Yeah, it's just $1 too.
I never could really get into the clear liquors, vodka or none of that shit, man. To me, that stuff was nasty. There's one boy I know used to come up with some peppermint vodka. Boy, you pour a little bit of that shit in with some fucking Pepsi. Boy, that was some good shit.
Yeah, Tavarsky made some vodka. It was called orange-flavored vodka. It was vodka, but it had orange flavor to it, or whatever. It was orange. Man, that's pretty good.
Yep, I thought this shit was peppermint snaps. He goes, no, this is peppermint vodka, and he showed me the fucking bottle. We went in the liquor store, he goes, here's the difference. Here's peppermint snaps, and here's fucking peppermint vodka. The Snaps had a real syrupy, sugary taste to it, where that peppermint vodka didn't.
Yeah, that peach vodka's pretty good too.
Yeah, I just couldn't do it, shit, man. I took a couple of tastes of it, I was like, man, I'm done with that. And he goes, why? I said, I don't do fucking clear liquor shit, man.
Yeah, there was a liquor store back home there that had caught a fire. They had a lot of smoke-damaged bottles and stuff. The alcohol was still good, you know. Just like lids or something like that. Smoke damage, you know, like black smoke or whatever on them. Yeah, they was down there giving that shit away.
Yeah, hell, at that point it's non-sellable. See, because I used to work for Central Liquor out here off of Northwest 3rd. It was out there by the fucking, what do they call it, Emmerich's Van Storage. And we supplied liquor stores and clubs throughout all of Oklahoma. And fuck, man, the goddamn liquor that we used to move, you think Byron's here is nothing, man. Fikes up in Tulsa, that's one big-ass fucking liquor store. It makes Byron's look like a pussy hole, though. Because, hell, they get 3 trucks a night, man, in the holiday season.
And I'm talking 3 trucks.
What's the name of it?
Up in Tulsa, Vikes.
Oh, Vikes, V-Y-K-E-S?
They were a big-ass liquor store there. Dude, they sold more fucking liquor for us, man, than anybody. Because after a while, man, I got charge of all the fucking shipping of the trucks and shit, and they put people on who to load what and everything else and overseen the whole fucking thing. Dude, man, we'd get that shit. We'd get bottles that the labels were fucked up on them and shit. Old boss man put them on a table over there. They just mark them as a write-off. They had to just break them and throw them away, dump it out. But he just said, just save the lid off of it and bring it to me later. He said, that way I can turn it in. He said, if I turn the lid and the neck in, he said, we get credit for it. He said, if there's something on that table you want, take it home with you, just bring me back the bottle.
Yeah.
Fuck, man, I was getting half gallons of this, fucking fifths of that. Fuck, man, there was God, and I worked at nights. I'd go into work about 6 in the evening, get off about 6, 8 o'clock the next morning. Man, but hell, I did all my partying during the daytime.
Right.
I slept in. After about noon, I was in bed. Fuckers trying to come over and hang out. Dude, I work nights. I'm sleeping right now.
Yeah, back when I was younger, boy, I used to do that kind of double shift work. I'd work them gas stations at night from 11 to 7. And then I'd get off there and go to painting houses from 8 to 4 o'clock, 4:30. So I wouldn't get really very much sleep back in the day.
Yep. No, shit, that's kind of where I was in them days, man. I was in my early 20s. Fuck hell, I had a liquor license. I was bonded by the state to be able to do what I did about handling liquor at that kind of volume. Man, this place in there, Central Liquor, was a big motherfucker, man. There was stacks and stacks and pallets of fucking liquor, everything you could have fucking imagined. And then they had a wine room of shit that was exotic wines and shit from all over the fucking world, man. I was like, stuff I'd never heard of or seen. Bottles of wine that went for $1,500 a bottle.
Right.
That's what they sold them for. Liquor store probably got about $2,000 out of it.
Yeah.
And they did sell. I learned about the Chevion Blancs, the Chenin Blanc, Blush Chablis, all that shit. Hell, my missus' sister, she's a heavy wine person. She likes her wine and she knows all about that shit. And we was talking about it one day and I started rattling that shit off. She looked at me and she goes, you fucking redneck motherfucker, what do you know about wines? And I had to explain that all to her.
Yeah, I never was big on wine, but my brother got some stuff coming out of Ukraine. Man, that shit was pretty smooth. It was good and shit.
No, I wasn't a wine drinker, but just I handled so much of it and seen so much of this shit. I knew about all kinds of wines there was, what the different types, and kind of what you drink with your meals, what kind of meal you were having and shit. I was pretty fucking knowledgeable of it at the time.
Yeah, my sister back here in Tahlequah, and the ones that raised me back here in Tahlequah, she worked out there for Mary Gallo, running Julius Gallo's wine. She was Mary Gallo's provider, and back before old man passed away, before he got sick and stuff, he worked at the winery out there in Modesto, California.
Righty.
She used to always get shit and send it home to her mom and stuff, and there's all kinds of stuff around there.
Yeah, there's all kinds of it. Blanc, Sauvignon Blanc, Chenin Blush, Pink Chablis, Dioro, Rosada. There's all kinds of different wines, man. I mean, it just goes on and on.
Yeah, matter of fact, whenever old man passed away, she ended up selling her place back here in Modesto and moving back here to Tahlequah. Be out there with her dad till he passed on. And well, Mary
American Gallo still takes care of it to this day, you know, it still sends their money and shit. Right. I think I've got about half this doobie smoke, and I'm still sitting here. My body's beat today. Well, I ain't done shit, man. I've pretty much slept most of the day, but I'm tired as hell still. Oh, my back's fucking sore, man. I've been... Fuck, I was goddamn like I was spinning moving this shit, moving that shit, moving a dressing table deal around in the bedroom, moving a dresser out, repairing the dresser and shit. Had to put some screws in it, fix it, put it back, the drawers back in it, get everything fucking reorganized, put shit back in the fucking dresser, and take a bunch of blankets and put them in bags, and put them in...
Oh, they hear me. Every one of them, they hear me out there.
Yeah, I hear Dr. B.O.B. out there calling. Call!
That's right, they got CB radio on my farm anyway.
Damn it.
Actually, we just got a radio shack. You know what I mean? They take turns.
Ah!
See right there, one answering me.
Wait a minute, Dr. B.O.B. Good evening up there, hippie.
Hell yeah. Yeah, waving back, guys. All right, I'm gonna get back quiet.
All right, we'll see.
Yeah, you too, driver. Be safe out there.
Damn, Snowman. I don't know when you find time to drink. You got me all confused.
Well, shit, I'm about confused right now, too. Hell, it's morning time. Didn't you know it's morning time, Moon Dog?
Oh, is it coffee time?
Hell yeah. Hell, it will be here in about 7 hours.
When you gonna finish that bottle of rum?
What? When you gonna finish that bottle of rum? Oh, hell, that motherfucker's still sitting in there with the lid on it in the bag. I ain't even bothered touching it. I might one day get a wild hair up my ass and have me a couple of shots out of it. Hell, I don't know.
Yeah, but I know one thing. I've got my boots on. It's getting deep out here.
What about the bottle of rum in there?
Well, I remember you used to get drunk on the radio, and it ain't been no 20 years or 30 years ago.
Oh, hell, I'd have a few shots, but as far as getting drunk, doubt, no. They were few and far between. And hell, at that point, shit, my kids were grown then. Hell, it's almost done. For one, her and her fiance was here.
Hey, you don't have to explain to me.
No, I ain't. Finish this here up on this doobie a little bit, and I'm gonna go in there and put my head on that pillow and call it it. Been a long day in that coffee pot. I'll start making coffee about 5 in the morning, and I'll start smelling it. It'll fuck with me and make me get up. You ever seen them little Folgers bags that look like little tea bags, Snowman? No. I use just straight old ground coffee. I scoop it and put it in the filter.
That's what I used to do. I ain't got a coffee pot down here, but that's it. They got these little bags that look like little tea bags. You can get your hot water hot and just dip them down in there.
Huh, how they doing? Hey, if it works, it works.
Yeah, I got I think it's 22 or 24 ounce coffee cup in there, plastic coffee cup. I'll take 2 of them little bag deals and I'll do me for a cup of coffee.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I got tired of little paper filter shit years ago, and I went over to them ones that had the brass screen in them. Well, I even found shit that's better than that. Is one that's fucking stainless steel. And it's got a bunch of little micro holes.
¿A cuál le pegaste, Cristian? ¿Al 3?
Good and everything. You don't get no coffee grunge in the pot. And man, that damn thing's tough.
Damn, oh.
It's, like I said, that little basket's stainless steel, and it's pretty sturdy. I'll throw that coffee in it, put it in the deal, set that fucker off, push the timer button, and walk.
Deja ver ahorita ver cuál me sale más mejor. Probably be like to your left side, like 2.
Yeah, I used to have one of them Keurig machines, Keurigs or whatever they call them. Take them little cups and stick it in that little deal and push it down there. It pops a hole in it and makes you coffee or whatever.
Damn it. Yeah, I got to make more than 1 cup at a time. I had one of those and it was given to me and I ended up giving it away.
It seems like it don't take that long to make a cup of coffee though, about a minute or so.
Yeah. Yeah, my cup of coffee is more than 4 ounces. It's like 22.
Yeah, that's what I got, like 22 or 24 ounce plastic cup.
Most of them little deals were good for about 4 ounce a cup coffee or something like that, or 8, something shit like that.
I don't know, I put that little plastic cup up underneath it and it make a cup out of one. Not one of them deals that come in the little boxes and stuff. I don't know, 40, 50 of them in the box probably.
All right.
That shit was kind of high though.
Uh-huh.
And the only reason why I did it like that is that's what my buddy wanted. That's how he drank his coffee. And so that's how I did it for a long time. And whenever he passed away and shit, I stayed down there in his apartment for, about a month after he died. And I ended up moving out here where I'm at now and then ended up going back to Tahlequah. I give that old Keurig machine away.
Don't worry about a burner or a timer, whether you got to turn it off or not. You set it, it makes the pot. It shuts the heating element off. It don't sit there and keep kicking. Because it keeps the coffee hot in that thing. You can walk that fucker in there and set it on the goddamn kitchen table. And it'll stay just as hot as it would if you kept it into the coffee pot. Or the maker.
Right.
I love that damn thing. One of the best goddamn coffee maker I've had. Yeah, you ding that motherfucker around, you ain't breaking it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it don't burn out.
I gotta go visit the little boy's room and I think I'm probably gonna turn it in for the night.
Yeah, I'm fixing to do the same thing, shut this computer down, TV down, and me down. I'll catch y'all later, Moondog. Give yourself a good night over there. Hippie, if you're still monitoring, I'll see y'all later.
Hell yeah, I'll catch you in the AM, Snowman.
should have swung around the other way.
Yeah, that would have been easier.
Let me swing it real quick behind you.
Bogey. Over towards me, and then align yourself.
have me a big old Lord double wagon.
Where's that old black walnut at out there? Gary, I know you're sitting over there with your radio on and you may be passed out, but I know your radio's on. Wake up.
You may have to go and give him a welfare check, Dr. Bob.
I ain't wasting my gas on that son of a bitch no more, you hear me? He can come over here and tell me he's alright.
What was it, Thursday night when he sounded like a junkie that had a needle stuck in his arm?
Yeah, I've seen that shit up close. And it's what it sounded like to me. A motherfucker did him a big old bump and it about took him to the ground. It took him about 15 minutes to get over it.
Yeah, from the way he sounded, almost looked like somebody's going to have to go over there and pull the needle out for him.
Hell yeah. Take you some Narcan over there, or Narcon. I call it Narcon.
Yeah, that probably pissed him off because this counter effect is meth or whatever the hell it's doing.
Oh yeah, man, if a motherfucker doing heroin, he's all fucked out. That shit'll be just like you didn't do it. You hear me? Just fuck up their whole fucking high.
I heard that. Well, I'm glad I never did do any of that shit, but I've seen people in the past that did, and they kind of got cut out of my circle of friends.
Yeah, roger that. I smell what you're stepping in.
Hey, Dr. Choctaw, I've kind of heard him do that a few times before, but never that bad. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, I've been listening to him off and on the past, I guess, 2.5 or 3 years now.
Yeah, he's done that before, but that was pretty obvious right there. It was pretty messed up. I really thought he done kill himself out there on the radio.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was as close to ODing as you could get without actually ODing and being completely out of it.
Roger that. Well, I'm going to get back quiet here and let you and Dr. Bob finish talking. Hey, I'm going to sit over in the sandbag, get me another beer.
Alright, well I'm going to get back to sandbagging myself. Maybe somebody else out there wants to throw in their 2 or 3 cents.
2 or 3 cents? We just throwed $1.50 at it.
Well, if that's what you want to call it, round it up for inflation, I guess.
Yeah, if you want to get in on this game, it's going to cost you 75 cents.
Yeah, Dr. Choctaw, you got to realize you get out here after 40 or 50 years like I have, a lot of inbred people on this channel.
I heard that. Well, I've been in and out of it since like 75 or 76, so I get on about 3 or 4 months and get off. You know how that is.
Well, it's actually more fun right now on this radio than it's been in years. And I think that's a lot because of those twinkle toes over there.
I heard that. Well, I forgot what year it was, but they had a whole bunch of drug addicts and alcoholics running on channel 23 with a bunch of radios that splattered every channel you had and then some. So I just put my shit in the closet and called it quits.
Yeah, I remember back in the day on this channel, or not this one exactly, but on the radio, you'd hear people say, "I'm coming," and then you hear a gunshot. I'm bringing my gun.
Yeah, back in the day, if you got in an argument with somebody, they'd actually show up and try to whoop your ass.
Hell, back in the day, I was stupid, I was young, and I went to people's houses. That's the dumbest thing you could ever do. That's the dumbest thing you could ever do.
Well, at least you live long enough to grow up.
Yeah, I was just damn lucky. I didn't go to the wrong one's house.
Yeah, when I first started, I met this, talking to this guy who called himself Mr. Grant. And every time I talked to him, he's always talking about eating a sandwich. Well, that was code name for smoking a joint.
Hey, Roger. Yeah, you go ahead and let it charge back up over Dr. Choctaw. Your battery get low on you. Hey, I need to hook you up with a power supply.
It probably wouldn't hurt. I got a 45 ampere in storage if I just go get it.
Hey, I know you run that battery with a battery charger. When you start when that battery starts getting lower, then you do fizzle out.
Alright. Is that any better?
Yeah, you're back up there now.
Okay, I just backed off my plate voltage as Twinkle Toes would call it.
Roger that. Alrighty, hey, I'm gonna step back quiet. I'm not leaving. I'm just gonna sit back here and sandbag and go get me another beer.
Alright, I'm back on the side.
Yeah, Dr. Bob, if you have to sign off and I don't hear you, hey, you have a good one over there, bud. Dog of mine's driving me crazy tonight. She wants a T-bone steak, and all I got's that old damn no dog food. Told her, I said, hell, I want a T-bone too, but hell, I ain't eating that dog food. She thinks she ought to eat what I'm eating, but it so happens I ain't eating nothing.
Well, it sure is quiet out here.
Hey, Derek.
Yeah.
I gotta make a pit stop over here real quick, to the back over here by the old scale.
Okay.
sir, I reckon. Air valve hissing for some reason. I had to check it.
Get her boat long so you catch up.
Yeah, I'll be right behind you. I got her. She's got glad hand. I guess at least somehow I might need to change some rubbers out. Hell, I'd rather catch it now than later. Ain't nobody out here tonight. Ain't nobody even talking on the radio, man. Yeah, I remember when this wall-to-wall 10-foot tall on the CB back in the day, boy. You be on about some ball. What party roll back there, baby? Had everything, anything you needed.
Wait, who's happy?
I know. Did you want that all day yesterday?
No, I only had to do 2 runs. I did one to Waterloo and one down here. I actually got out early yesterday.
Wow. Hope Mark's all right.
Yeah, he's fine. I talked to him last night. His truck's fucked. Art showed me pictures of it. But yeah, his pickup is fucked up.
Wow.
You know what happened, don't you?
What's that?
I said, you know what happened, don't you?
No.
He hit a cow on his way to work.
Dear Lord, here we go. Doc Holliday. Oh, Doc Hollywood.
Yeah, last night when I talked to him, they were still trying to figure out who owned the damn cow.
Yeah. That's going to be, right. Yeah.
Sitting here reading this, announcement about Bechet being part of the, sales team now instead of operations. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if she did that on purpose or if they told her she was, going to sales.
Yeah, that's a head second.
I have seen the new guy in the black Ford pickup. I seen him up at Waterloo yesterday. I seen him down here yesterday. Shit, he seems to be, hitting all the plants pretty regular.
Yeah, well, that's what those other guys over at Ford do. They go around and check all the plants in a certain area, and they don't check all the plants in another area. So they make Ford and all that.
man, the seat got me again. I'm sitting here trying to figure out why I was getting hot, and then I guess I accidentally turned on the heated seat.
Just thinking about yesterday.
Yeah, we got heated seats and ventilated seats. So you flip the switch one way, it blows cold air up your ass, and the other way, it warms you up.
What truck number you said was going to be available?
129 when they get, if they ever get 132 figured out again. That's the one that state's supposed to be in, is 132.
I'm at 129 now, so it'll be at 132.
Oh, you just gonna stay at 129, huh?
Yep, I'm used to it now. Are you locked it in with Art? 132 is a good truck, though.
Shit, both of them, and neither one of them is a bad truck. That 129 is actually surprising, because that truck's taking a shit ton of abuse, but it fucking drives pretty goddamn good.
Yeah, this truck will be passing everybody in.
Yeah, the only two trucks that one can't pass is 131 and 127.
Yeah, I was following the lease last night, and I couldn't pass it.
Yeah, 131's my old truck, and it'll damn near drive off. It'll drive off and leave every truck but 127. That's how Bryce, stick around in the morning and, take off later than everybody and still, be ahead of a few people at the end of the day.
Let's go, everybody. Yeah, I'll just sit here for a second. Now, Lisa, that light don't go off on you?
It will eventually. The leveling valve on the back of that trailer needs replaced. Curtis knows about it anyway. Well, me and him checked it out and figured out what it was the other day.
Yeah, more. Yeah, mine's kind of like that. It takes it a minute before it to go off. And it finally goes off, stays off.
That one depends on what bumps she hits, because you sit there and wiggle the the arm on the leveling valve, and it'll quit, and then you wiggle it another way, and it'll start leaking again.
Oh, yeah.
You're clear. Damn, James, is that you right behind me? Okay, that makes sense, because that left headlight's like, fucking bright. I was like, damn, I don't remember the headlights on his truck being like that.
Yeah, I can tell it's aimed a little hot.
Well, I knew you didn't have them on bright because your fog lights was on, so, yeah, I was like, what the hell? Unloading yesterday. Two men does. It's going right at me. They're loading the truck. Man, my nose is painful today.
and put on his brake light. Get right up your ass. What Greg should have said when he was telling you about these trailers, I'm going to take Terry down and get him a new trailer with that motor.
He said he really did. Not messing with that drill. So he got it out and saw how bad it is.
I complained to all them guys in there how bad that piece of shit was.
I know.
He looked at me like, okay, well, just keep driving.
Yep.
Roll 75, you want to make it. Did you tell him I complained to them all the time about it?
Yep.
Good.
In that truck.
you hitting 1?
Yeah, I guess.
Do what?
Yeah, I guess.
I'm gonna hit number 4. That way I ain't got it back in between you.
No, I'm gonna hit this one right here.
Okay, that's number 4. I'll go up there and hit number 1 then.
Stand up. How you think about loading them?
7, 6, 23, 24, and 12.
Bye, baby.
Come on back, a couple more feet, come on back. Little more. Keep going, right there.
Alright, it's all good. Everything came out.
Morning, Doug.
Vámonos, denle.
Yeah, come on.
no viene nadie, bríncatela, yo me la brincala, güey.
Hey, that's enough of that bullshit. English, guy. English.
Fuck you.
You think fuck me when they pull your ass over and give you an English test and you can't pass it? They gonna make you walk and then impound your truck and you won't have a job anymore. If you think I'm lying there, Speedy Gonzales, you might want to look it up, 'cause it's happening. So you better speak English, motherfucker.
No doubt about it.
You want to speak that bullshit, go back where you came from. You want to be in America, be an American, speak English.
That is how the game is played.
Piece of crap, motherfucker. Shut the fuck up already.
Quit your goddamn crying, little Speedy Gonzales. And speak English, that's all you gotta do. If you want to be here, be an American. Quit trying to be something that you fucking ran away from.
He's gonna have to pump it up if he wants me to hear him cry.
Talking shit.
Ain't nobody talking shit, boy.
Hell you are, boy.
I believe you that there's somebody out there, but I don't hear him.
Now there's two of them. One of them thinks I'm talking shit.
You do everything.
Doggone it. Well, I'll be back to the refill.
Apparently they don't know what current events and what the new law is, but they think I'm talking shit.
Roger, yeah, they're completely blind to what's going on. You're just trying to enlighten them.
I've already watched a few of them have to get their old flip-flops out and start walking.
Crybabies on this morning.
Échale frente, Tendín.
Who said, wah, wah, he's talking shit, wah.
Where's all the crybabies at?
They'll be here, don't worry, they'll be here.
You always start shit. Where are they at? Where are they at? Where's all the crybabies at?
You think asking where the shit-talking crybabies are at or talking shit? Well, you must be literally confused.
What? Shit, old man, shut the fuck.
He thinks that me asking where the crybabies are at is talking shit.
You're such a fucking idiot.
You are a fucking idiot. If you think that's talking shit, wanting to know where you crybaby motherfuckers are at, your life is all fucked up.
Shut your nigger ass up.
Where's all the crybabies at this morning?
Oh, there's one right there crying. He's crying about the crybabies, about me asking about them. That's the crybabies.
No doubt about it.
Every morning.
Hell yeah! I don't know what the hell you're talking about every morning. Hell, it was pretty nice yesterday. We didn't hear no shit talkers at all yesterday. It's pretty nice.
He's just reading that shit that's written on the back of his hand, probably tattooed on the back of his hand.
Oh yeah. We don't hear you whiny bag motherfuckers all the time. Like right now, we got old fucking Deep Throat out there. He's out there going, blah, 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 blah. He don't ever talk. He he just does that shit, advertising his fucking capabilities. He probably drives around the truck stop parking lots doing that, advertising.
Damn old growlers out there already?
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of them guys that bought one of them junk-ass radios and he can't understand nobody. Hell, there wasn't nobody. I've been out here since before, I don't know, it was probably about 4:45, some shit like that. It's been quiet until I heard that Speedy Gonzalez speaking that bullshit. And I said something to him about it, and then all of a sudden, the fucking whiny bag butt-plugging butt-fucker showed up, started crying. What the fuck?
Damn, you got an early start in the morning, didn't you?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell their problem is, but it don't make a shit to me. I'm still gonna laugh at them.
And you're still a fucking idiot.
Well, you're the idiot that's out here fucking crying because I told a goddamn Mexican motherfucker to speak English. That's all I said to that motherfucker. Told him to speak English. And then you little crybaby motherfucker. Leave him alone. Wait. Leave him alone. Wait.
Leave me alone.
As far as I'm concerned, you can go with him.
Goddamn right. And wishing y'all would fucking fly it out today.
That's what they ought to do. Hell, deport the illegals and the soy fucking motherfuckers. Take all you motherfuckers down there.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'll go up there to the front of the line and open the gate for you punk-ass motherfuckers so you can leave.
Oh, you got me there.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about getting you. Hell, I've got you motherfuckers every damn time y'all show up. So I don't know. Y'all ain't never got anything. Hey, you don't even get it. You wouldn't know how to get it. Or what to get. You're delusional. You're out here fucking crying to me because I told a motherfucker to speak English. Just go figure. Think about that for a minute, you fucking retard.
Yeah, you can go with them, retard, hell.
Hell, all you crybabies, I don't know that y'all are out there, you stupid fucks. Y'all key up and engage me with your idiotic retardation, and I just respond to you. So I'm not psychic. I don't know that you're out there until you fucktards start running your mouth to me. Then, you know, maybe I hear you, maybe not. Some of you, it's hard to make out what you say because I don't know what the hell you're talking on, but I don't know, but yeah. When y'all engage me, and then y'all cry because I respond to you, and then you start ball bagging, and then you start crying to your butt. Oh, he's always talking, making me quiet. He's always talking shit. He made me quiet.
God damn it, Rattlesnake. You already pulling tampons this morning.
Yeah, I just told some of them non-English motherfuckers to speak English, and now the soy boys are crying to me because I told that motherfucker to speak English.
Be alright. Everybody gets their panties in a bunch.
This crybabies, retards, and all that. Must be
He's crying. He called me names. He called me names. Goddamn, guy. You can tell you're from the younger generation. This motherfucker, oh, you calling me names, you call me retard and all these names. And Woo-hoo-wee.
Yeah, 5-year-old. Maybe.
Ah, damn. If you grew up in the generation I did, words don't affect you. That's why I don't get upset about morons talking shit to me. I just talk it back to them, and they get mad. You newbies. Newbies.
Oh, you must have the IQ of a 7-year-old.
That's right, y'all do. Because nobody was even talking to you motherfuckers. Y'all engaged me. So, you know. Think about that for a minute, yeah. I know it's real hard for you fucktards to think. But I didn't know you was out there. I didn't engage you. You engaged me with your dumb ass shit. So don't cry to me, because I'm hurting your feelings.
Nobody's crying to you about anything. We're just tired of hearing you and Captain Perfect out here. Always on here crying yourself. Think about that for a minute.
Crying? I don't cry on here. I talk to people I know. Been doing it for over 40 years, guy. In the past decade, all I hear is you motherfuckers crying to me because I get on here and talk. I'm not crying about anything. I have fun on this radio. I have fun with you low IQ'd motherfuckers talking about.
Yeah, that must be rough sitting in TV every day.
That's pretty rough, man. I get up in the morning, make coffee, search the internet a little bit, and then go to work. I work all day, motherfucker. But you ignorant fucks, oh, he's out here all day long. I hear him in my head all day long. Dude, I'm barely on this motherfucker anymore. I get on here in the morning, off and on when I get off work. I may key up a few times. But, other than that, I ain't even on this motherfucker. I do live stream it 24/7, so, you know. But you don't hear me on here 24/7. If you do, you need to go see a psychiatrist or something.
Hey, show us a little bit of IQ, see if you can put us together a sentence that doesn't have motherfuckers, some shit, or crybaby in it.
Did he say he was a dumb shit crybaby?
Yeah, I figured you didn't want to hear that one.
Yeah, it does sound like you did.
It doesn't use any of them words.
Does them words offend you, soy boy? Huh? Oh, poor little guy. He's mad because I said words. Oh.
I ain't mad in the slightest. I just want you to try and show everybody some IQ there. I don't think you got one.
I don't need to show you motherfuckers nothing. That's right. You motherfuckers don't get it, do you? I ain't got to show shit. I didn't engage you motherfuckers, man. Y'all engaged me. And then you cry because I respond to you. That's the whole kit and caboodle right there, man. If you don't engage me, I don't say nothing back to you. But as long as you're engaging me and talking shit, hell yeah, it's game on. I mean, that's not very hard to understand at all. I'm sure a fucking kindergartner could understand that.
Damn, motherfucker, you're the one that needs to get the IQ, dumbass.
Well, he's already faded off now. You faded off, guy. You need to go spend some of that half a cent a mile shit and get you a good radio or something, antenna. New mount, coax, something.
Quit fucking with that striker bullshit, 'cause there ain't no fucking radio.
Good morning time, Rattlesnake 394. Oh, that about it. Wave my hand to 394 over. Better watch out, there's crybabies out here.
Wave my hand out there, 394.
Oh yeah, I hear him out there, yeah.
He said words. He said words to me hurt my feelings. I bet you they get online and motherfuckers said something to them. They probably go off on there trying to dox them and all kinds of bullshit. Hell, we were doxing people before the internet was around on here. Hell yeah. Ah, damn it. These young motherfuckers don't have a goddamn clue about shit.
Oh yeah, you can say that again.
Yeah, the only thing that happened this morning that set them off, I told that fucking Mexican dude to speak English. They're gonna give him that English test, and that set all the little crybabies off.
All them little liberal crybabies.
Shit, the only person I hear crying is you.
Tube sucker, you cry all the fucking time.
Shit, I ain't been on the radio since last week, so I don't know who you're hearing.
He's advertising.
Oh yeah, 14, yeah.
Go with the cocksuckers.
Yeah, these motherfuckers remind me of some kids' shit back in school. He said he hurt my feelings. He said something to me, I'm telling my mommy.
Yeah, shit, that shit played out back in kindergarten.
Yeah. Oh yeah, these motherfuckers get butthurt. Dude, it happens off the radio too. There's people that I come across, I just joke with them and shit, and they get all fucking butthurt. They can't handle it.
That guy still crying at River?
Yeah, a couple of them's already faded off crying.
Roger that. He better watch out. He's gonna get sucked up in an ice raid.
Yeah, 14 on that. Good morning, Tom. Scorpio, 394.
Roger that. Good morning, 394. It's good to hear you out there, no doubt about it.
Yes, sir. So sure it's good to hear you. It's good to hear you, Scorpio. Sounding good, 394.
Roger that. It's always good to hear you out there, 394. Keep up the good work, and 747 gonna have to jump out of here.
Oh, yeah, 14 on that. Well, we'll catch you later now.
I have noticed there's a couple of them out there sound alike. That one there, I might be mistaken. That might not be Tube Sucker, but he sounds just like him. I have noticed that here lately. A few of them sound alike.
Yeah, very often I've made contact with that fucking Tube Sucker, whatever you call him, out there anyway.
That's his name that he come up with, and his sidekick Eeyore.
Roger that.
Yeah, he got talking shit to me and you that one morning, didn't he, Scorpio?
Yeah, old Tube Sucker, he got mad. I'm calling you that. Don't be calling me that. They don't like it. When I call them the names they try to call me. And they fucking whiny bag about it.
Hell yeah.
Guess somebody had fucking crashed out there on that damn salt plains or whatever it is, that drag strip they got out there. The land speed record guy, I guess he wiped out and he died from his injuries.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, where's that at?
That's out in Nevada or Utah, somewhere like that.
They take their rocket-powered cars out there.
They take more than that out there. Motorcycles and all kinds of shit.
Right there on them sand dunes or whatever?
No, salt flats.
They've been doing it since probably 30s, 40s or some shit.
Yeah, I think they started doing that out there in the 40s.
Oh, well, good morning, time. Snowman, 394.
Well, good morning over at 394. Good morning to you, bud.
Yes, sir. Same here. Good to hear you out there.
Hell yeah, well, good to hear you out there without getting a foot put on your neck over there, no doubt.
Oh, yeah, I know that's right. It sure does, yeah.
So I'll be back in a minute, folks. I'm going to venture in there and go get my coffee. It's done.
Oh, hell. And they're finding wild hogs out in California with blue meat. They got blue in them.
That's from the pesticides.
Yeah, they had that shit here. Mowers kept finding it looking blue. But, yeah, just imagine if it does it to them. I bet you there's probably people that's got some blue meat in them.
Oh, yeah, probably so, yeah. Ain't no telling.
Especially with all the fake-ass food they're giving everybody.
Oh, yeah, well, you know, it's probably no telling, yeah. Probably no telling, yeah.
Yeah, we developed this stuff here. It looks like meat. It tastes like meat, but it ain't. Go ahead and eat it.
There's the governor. I gotta go get this coffee now.
Oh, well, shame on the mess, yeah.
That old grizzly bear out there ground. He stopped at one of them fucking truck stops and buy you an external speaker and won't be grounded no more.
Cry, baby.
Oh, yeah, 14 on that, yeah. Yeah, cry baby. they're out there.
In there, you got a YouTuber exploring the Tiger King's place.
Yeah, roger that, yeah.
It's already ran down and fucked up. Damn. Them old crybabies ain't got no staying power. They cry and then they disappear. Let's do it. That's how easy it is to trigger them fucktards. You just say something, fuck you, Roasty. Fuck you, motherfucker.
That's what.
Oh, yeah, roger that, yeah.
Nobody knows they're out there till they key up crying. And then when you hear them and say something back to them, oh my God, the world's ended. Oh my God, he said something to me, hurt my feelings. I don't know, back when I was young, we used to call them pansies. You pansy boy.
My brother's getting butter too easy.
Yeah, I got it Saturday.
Yeah, I need to get my license, yeah.
No, it comes already, everything.
What? That guy had some loud ass talk back right there. He's listening to himself.
Oh yeah, he had to have it for Halliburton. Yeah.
But you're loud radio there, don't you? Loud inside that Kevin truck, ain't it?
Yeah, left lane closed, look up.
Ah, yes, sir, it is what it is.
Be glad they get this fucking shit done.
Oh, yeah, they need to.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, now I know another way to trigger the crybabies. Just tell the motherfucker to speak English.
Oh, yeah, I know that's right, yeah. Yeah, go ahead and speak English.
You're out there, I think. He gets up there.
Yeah, go ahead and speak English.
Oh, wow. Hell yeah.
Yes, sir.
$94 million smart meter surveillance scheme exposed out in California. But it ain't just California. Everywhere there's a smart meter. They're collecting all the shit off your phones, computers, everything. And the government's collecting all that shit through that fucking meter on the back of your house. Or any time you go by one of them meters in a store, walking down the street, they're collecting all your shit.
Yes, sir. Yep. Yep. They sure are. Yep.
Dragnet surveillance.
Yeah, that's behind the meter. Collecting all that information behind the meter.
That's all that shit was. So they didn't have to hire all them people to walk around. And this way they can just sit back and collect everything. They know when you get up. They know what the hell you're doing. They know who you're talking to on your phone. If that phone is connected to that, whether you know it or not. It's like, oh, it's a conspiracy. Bullshit. These motherfuckers ain't stupid. Why you think you got a smart meter on the back of your house? They know what the fuck they're doing. Just for your convenience at all.
Yep, that's true, yep.
But there is a hell like OG&E here. They didn't make it public. They didn't push it out there to let everybody know. But all of us out here could have rejected them smart meters and made them put a regular, analog meter back in. But they didn't let nobody know about that. But it is in there. I did find it here not too long ago when I was looking all this shit up again. I found it. And you can deny that electric meter. Make them put in the old school one where they have to come out and read it.
Yeah, folks in on that, yeah. I used to read mine, yeah. Tell you what, that's computer technology. They don't want you doing nothing.
All I know, all the shit they're doing now with this AI, that shit's gonna be all fucked up. It's gonna start fucking shit up. I mean, look what it did to the creators of it. Tried to blackmail them, extort them, and even tried to left shit for its future self. So, But, me myself, it's kind of hard to believe something that somebody wrote code to make it actually function the way it is, that it's thinking for itself and shit now, and it's conspiring. That part of it, I don't know. It's kind of hard to believe, but everything we got going on, somebody wrote the code to make it do that.
Sarah Connor tried to warn us back in the 80s.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that Skynet, off that movie, that was a pager. They had a pager service back in the 80s, Skynet.
Oh, yeah, I believe you, yeah.
Whatever it was called. It was in that movie, but it was a real company that they did them old brick freaking bag phones and pagers. It was easy to find the drug dealers back then. You just looked for the motherfucker that had 10 pagers hanging on him.
Believe it?
Hell yeah. He's got a bunch of pagers and a pocket full of quarters. A pocket full of quarters for the payphone and a pocket full of quarters for you.
Yeah, back in the day when you could actually find a payphone.
I ain't seen one in quite a while. There used to be one around the corner over here, but the fucking crackhead retards fucked it up. Nah, ain't none of it. I don't even think the base is there anymore. They come in and redid them sidewalk bullshit.
Hell, I remember I sent you a picture of one that was still working. It's still there, too.
Well, if it's inside of a business, probably. But one outside somewhere, I ain't seen one.
Right? You take one of the young kids walking and say, hey, man, you know what this is? They'd look at it, huh? They'd be trying to push buttons on the motherfucker and then pick up the receiver and wonder why it wasn't working.
Oh, well, yeah.
God damn. Shit. This dude is pissing everybody off with this AI shit. He keeps putting out all these different videos using Indians. Now he's got them doing it's like episode of Friends. That shit's funny as hell. But it's called Tribes. Old Turquoise. That's the head guy right there.
Still got payphones like at the airport. As the payphone out in the open, like a corner or something like that, or front of the store, that's the one that's robbed. Turn away from it.
Guess that's it.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, we're trying to get my ass awake a little bit. I didn't want to get out of that bed, but I kept smelling the coffee.
Hell yeah. You know anybody that wants to buy a 4,000 horsepower motor?
No. I don't know, they launch rockets.
No, this is a motor.
No.
Not an engine, it's a motor. Electric motor.
I gathered that. I'm like, nope.
It's, what the hell was it? 13,200 was the voltage. 13,200 volts.
Damn.
That'll make your electric bill go up.
So it makes electric.
Oh, hell. Yeah, I just think you'd have to have something to drive it, though.
Yeah, I went into went to go get some damn RO32, some of that rotating oil, and they're like, you think y'all be interested in this motor? At first I thought he said a 300 horse, and I was like, yeah, where's that? And kind of find out it was 4,000 horsepower. Well, it's probably the size of your room right there, pretty much. You could sit it right down inside that room.
Damn.
And you'd have to take your roof off. I went out in their yard back there and went around a couple trailers. It's like, it's right there. I was like, God damn, dude, you need a fucking crane and a real truck driver to move that motherfucker. So, yeah, that thing is going to be sitting there. He said it come out of a building in New York, 16 floors down.
Damn.
$14.60, hell, I don't know, but it was in the bottom one of them buildings. And they had to, let's talk about when he said there's a whole bunch of them a lot of them places over, and all it did was ran a turbine that for the airflow of the building.
Right.
That is one big damn motor.
Yeah, we rewound one just like that. Might have been a little bit bigger than that one. From some college in Arkansas. And that guy, they sent the motor, and a guy that camped out, stayed at a motel, he'd come down, hang out, fucking oversee what was going on. I know my boss, he wasn't too thrilled about all that. That's like somebody looking over your shoulder all the fucking time.
Yeah, that shit would bug me.
Some of that government shit though, gotta make sure everything's going right. Yeah, I got pictures of one that we had in there. You could stand up in it and raise your hands up, and you're inside the bore.
Oh, damn, my fucking hurt. I think I kind of overdid my matches today. Of course, she bitched at me for doing it. God damn it. Because you needed help. You should have got your air on. The fuck time you go find you some goddamn help, man, you done have it done.
I see you with her, Danny Woods. You may not catch it. There's a picture of the truck up there with that. You know, the trailer you got for lawn care. Just found over back of the truck.
Damn, whoever you're talking to, don't get out.
Gonna hurt their feelings. That CB shop told them that thing's getting out, man.
Right.
Yeah, go that other one. I'm not in the mood to listen to these fuck cars this morning.
I got something wrong with it. I'm not going to
Alrighty then.
Cornbread.
Hell yeah, cornbread in his Cadillac DeVille. I hear that guy out there. I think he was out there yesterday. Might have been Sunday or something. I think it was yesterday. He's the head nigga in charge out there in his Cadillac, in his 42-inch rim, gold rims.
Damn.
That one that talks shit to the old Top Gun and that other dude out there. He was doing that shit yesterday to him.
Alright.
He talk big shit to Lucky Star.
Appreciate that, driver.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I was a dude yesterday in automotive shit selling two 65 Cutlasses. He said one will start and drive, just needs a fuel pump, which they need to be restored and shit. And the other one won't run, but he's selling them both. And they look to be complete cars for $4,000, both of them. I like, damn, well, if I had a place to put it in the money, I'd go snatch them. Man, this shit look good. Some chicken chili. God damn it.
I keep seeing these motherfuckers talking about these, I guess it's French farmers. They had a bunch of these motherfuckers camping out on their shit, on their land. They just started showing up. So they're out there spraying. There sure was a video of one farmer spraying, you know, driving around them. But this is like a whole corner some of their field, and there's a whole bunch of them out there just spraying shit all over the place.
Damn.
I ain't watching it. I don't know why what the hell was going on, but I've seen it a couple times. I ain't watched it yet, but I've seen the little ads for them. Some of us spraying them out with some shit.
Damn it.
Well, they were squatting. That's what it was. There was a horde of squatters.
Get rid of the squatters. Get you a big squatter and smack the shit out of them.
But, I don't know. It might be some AI bullshit. These motherfuckers got like travel trailers. Motherfuckers got a Corvette. So, I don't know what the hell. I think it's some AI. Probably.
Yeah. God damn it. Damn, $66 an hour is what the minimum wage would need to be today to match the home buying power boomers had in the 70s. Trickle-down economics doesn't work. It has never worked and will never work in an oligarchical society. Oh shit, I better not say this over the radio, they're gonna go crazy. New 2026 Smokey and the Bandit. We'll have Vin Diesel, Will Smith, Aaron, or Ulrich, Bedrock, whoever, and Elizabeth Olsen. Damn it.
Yeah. It'd be mostly AI, probably.
Yeah, I just think it's fucked up. Smokey and the Bandit 2026. Yeah. Get them drivers all fired up. Oh, look at here, we got us a new movie there, Joe. Ding.
Yeah. You know, this thing ain't never come out. Everything's already been made. All the music, everything. They just recycle it. And then find some old shit and then put their new spin on it. It's already been done.
Oh, yeah. And a lot of folks don't see that shit. You know, there's movies that's been like that, and then it's like that one that had old Sinbad, the entertainer or whatever, comedian, and did that genie routine shit and can't find it, called Shazam. And then all of a sudden it disappears. Oh, it never existed, but it did. Then they come out with that movie with Shaquille O'Neal called Shazam.
It was Shazam and Kazam.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, that one movie, we've talked about it. You've seen it and I've seen it and can't find it.
Yeah, I remember, but even I've seen shit where when I was looking that up trying to find it, I was like, motherfucker, I know I've seen this shit. And then they asked him about it in the interview and shit, and he's like, no, I ain't never did that. So where'd the fuck did it come from then? Where'd they get that clip that they show before all this AI stuff? Where'd they get that from?
I know. And it's funny though, they'll do that with movies, they'll just disappear with them.
Just like that Home Alone movie with Donald Trump in it. Now you can't even find the one with Donald Trump in it.
Yeah, they digitally removed him. But if you got the VHS or the DVD, they can't take him off of that one.
What was that movie?
Home Alone. When Trump was walking by and shook his hand or whatever, old Macaulay Culkin, they digitally removed him out of the movie.
Huh. I'll be damned.
I did that the first time when he was running for president and shit. Yeah, they were butthurt. They were racing him out of all kinds of shit.
Oh, I know. Oh, let's investigate Trump, see where his money comes from. But then now he's going to investigate them fuckers that did that shit to him, see where their money come from. Oh, they're crying and trying to block him in court and everything else they can do. They're fucking tripping. I almost feel like going and laying my back across that bed again, but no, I can't do that. It probably feel good to my body, but it fucked me up in the mental part. Where you at now, Ranger? You out there burning? Yeah, my damn visors that go on my doors around the windows to keep them rain and shit out of them if they're cracked open or whatever. They're coming in today. I ordered me some of them last week. I want to check them out, and if they're all right, I'm going to get some for the other truck. And it ain't the kind that sticks on the outside. These will go in the window channel itself. Them ones that stick on are fucked to me are a fucking joke and they're junk.
Hell yeah. Mine, they're metal. And, yeah, my old lady's got them plastic ones. Got the double-sided tape. One of them come flying off. So I had to buy another one.
Right. Yeah, that's why I won't mess with that stick-on kind. It took me a while, and I finally found these. They go inside the channel. For just the two front doors, cost me like $31. Which, now that ain't bad. I think that's close to about what I paid for the ones I had on my Ranger years ago. But hell, fuck. Hell, I had a bug deflector I bought for it and window visors. And I think I paid shit right at about $30 for the window visors. And that was shit back in the mid-90s, like 95, 96.
Probably just the beginning of wrecks this week.
So really, that ain't too bad still. Cool beans. Oh yeah, and then that cable I got when I ordered them for the back doors for the upper latches. Hell, I got the one fixed on the passenger side. Boy, them door works real good, but now I got to change the one on the driver's side. Fucking, I had misplaced that motherfucker. I went around here for about 2 hours yesterday, and I finally found the motherfucker. Then I need to do them on the white truck next. Just one step at a time.
I'm good to go.
Cool beans. Damn it. 74 Honda 750 chopper, fully serviced, Got the 836 bore kit ready for riding. Clear title, 2,500. But it's out in Virginia. Fuck. Man, so many times I'd like to go and ride again, but man, the way people are drive, they're worse than they was 30 years ago. They got their fucking faces in these cell phones. They don't look up. It's scary. That right there is enough to make me not want to ride no more.
Did you hear that study about Oklahoma being the most reactive driver?
No, I don't. I don't chase them stories.
What do you say?
Something about Oklahoma being reactive drivers.
Shit, most of these new people that showed up, they can't drive for shit.
Yeah, and shouldn't even be behind the wheel of a fucking automobile. I point them out, and then my missus got where she points them out. She's like, look at this bitch over here. She probably ain't fucking 4.5 foot tall. Can't even see over the fucking dash of that fucking Escalade she's driving. She's all up in the steering wheel. She's a big chunky girl, but ain't but about 4'8". Seat slid so far forward, man. I mean, there ain't maybe a foot and a half in between the steering wheel and the back of the seat. So I'm like, man, I wonder how many goddamn fucking pieces of 2x4 they had to wire to the fucking pedals so she could reach them. They got this big two-fisted grip on that steering wheel, and they're running over all kinds of shit. And I've even seen motherfuckers in little Honda Accords doing the same shit. I'm like, I think they need to do, and I said this to her, and she fucking went to rolling. You know how when you go to an amusement park and you had that little mark on the wall that said you have to be this tall to ride this ride? They need to do that for driver's license. Because they can't see over the dash and over the door. What the fuck are they doing driving? Wow, check this out. A zoo in northern Denmark is asking pet owners to donate their unwanted guinea pigs, rabbits, chickens, or even horses, not to put them on display, but to feed them to the lions. It's a pretty fucking 57 Ford Fairlane. You got that, I don't know, a creamsicle orange color with a cream color in it. Oh man, that's a pretty motherfucker.
Damn it. I had to get rid of some of that coffee. Hell, my biggest thing around here, driving around, is motherfuckers on their goddamn cell phones.
Yeah, distracted drivers. And then you got the ones that can't even see over a dash or a door. That's probably 4.5 foot tall trying to drive a Cadillac Escalade. They got the seat slid forward as far as it would go, pillows behind them. Fucking, I don't know what they might have fucking wired up to the fucking pedals down there to reach them.
They got a stick. They put the stick on it.
Now they must have somebody in the floor working the gas and the brake for them, because that'd be two-fisted grip on that fucking steering wheel pulled way up on it and trying to peek over the dash, and I don't know how in the fuck they even goddamn see without running over curbs. I remember I was telling you about the cousins of mine that left Massachusetts and went to California. He was going to work for Tesla, and he parted ways with them over some shit. I don't know what it was. He never went into elaborate detail. But they moved up there to Wisconsin now, and his wife posted, she goes, I've never had this happen before in any place we've ever lived. She goes, but deer are coming out from behind our shed out here on the property. She goes, this is so wild. She goes, I've never experienced this in my whole life. I'm like, you motherfuckers were from Arkansas out in the middle of fucking nowhere. And then they moved to places where there ain't nothing like that going on. Of course you're not going to see it. Where she came from, the part area, in a little small town community, it wasn't nothing uncommon to fucking walk out the goddamn door at any time of day and be deer out there walking around on the fucking property or along the side of the road or across the road. It was nothing uncommon. Hell, I live here in the city, and I see that shit over here around my neighborhood. And all of them down Eastern, 29th Street, back east of Eastern, and yeah. But a lot of this shit over here is still like a rural area. There ain't no development, and probably won't never be in them certain areas.
Damn it. These motherfuckers you gotta have a bicycle license in Texas.
A bicycle license?
Yeah. This dude's going around giving them guys lights for their bikes because these cops keep fucking with them. He said something about a bicycle license. Pissing them cops off because he's giving these people that ride bicycles, them homeless people, giving them lights, a headlight and a brake or tail light, what?
Oh shit.
Said all they're doing is taking your money and putting you in a cage.
Yeah, this got where policing is more of a fucking revenue collection thing. Something they need to do, they won't do it. You can't get them to do it. But goddamn, you let somebody drive by without a seatbelt or park up on their grass, they're ready to jump out and give you a fucking ticket.
Hell, I follow them on the X, and they're always telling everybody where they're at. So come on down, donate to us. I think right now they're between, I think it's like 170 something north and south on Pennsylvania. Here a couple weeks ago it was western from 194th or some shit to south 170 something. And now they're on Penn.
Here's funny, you know, my missus, she's Latina, and she made the statement straight up. She goes, if they want to get a lot of these crooked motherfuckers off the road that don't need to be driving, they need to stay south of the river. And I was fucking sitting there rolling, I'm like, damn, that was racist. She goes, well, it's fucking true. She goes, fuckers running around with no license, no insurance, shouldn't even be driving a fucking vehicle.
Yeah, they got a bunch of them on the north side.
Oh yeah, you get up on the east side, oh yeah, real bad. But man, it's worse down here in the south end though. Got all these fuckers that don't think they have to abide by the law because they're brown. Even the ones that are legal. Oh, Driver's license? Nah, I don't need no stinking driver's license. I've been driving my Dodge Charger around for 3 years on paper plates. I just keep getting another one from the car lot I bought it from. And they sell it to them like that, knowing they don't have a license or insurance on it. How in the fuck you get them to finance without a fucking insurance on the bitch? Because you're brown. There was one I knew that was doing that shit, and when they did all that, I started laughing. I'm like, ha ha ha, now that stupid motherfucker's going to have to goddamn pay his fucking taxes on that goddamn car. What the fuck's he going to do? No license, no insurance? Well, now I've noticed there not too long ago, that dude ain't got a car no more. And some of them thought I was being mean. I said, that's good, because I'm tired of motherfuckers like them running around up and down the road. I said, here, my shit's all legit. I keep my insurance up. My tags is up to date. I said, and even to the fact I run vanity tags on my fucking vehicles. I said, you think I want some motherfucker that ain't got no license, no insurance, fucking run into my shit and fuck it up? And there I am a-walking? Nope. So I hope they bust every one of them motherfucking cocksuckers. And for those that may not like what I had to say on that, oh well. I think more about my goddamn stability and future than I do somebody. Let's see what I can get by with today.
Hell, I wish they'd hurry up and get them motherfuckers out of here.
Yeah. That and anybody that don't have a fucking license out there driving around on the fucking road. You think won't want my shit totaled out and they're, well, we ain't got no insurance and they get off scot-free. They don't have to fucking pay for that shit, nothing.
And like Snake said, them crybabies don't like it, they can fucking go with them too.
Yep. And if anybody's got any fucking relatives that are driving around like that, no license, no insurance, they shouldn't be on the road. They want to be upset, go fuck yourself too. You know, just like going into these pot shops after you've been in one a couple of times and you go to hand them your card like you're supposed to. Oh, I don't need that. I know who you are. I don't care, dude. Some of us, man, in my age group have yearned to see this day you could buy fucking weed and have it fucking legally. Okay? And if this is the fucking goddamn rules to the ball game, let's just fucking apply to the rules so that way we can keep on playing ball. You know what I mean?
Play ball!
Exactly. Don't fuck it up.
And I need another ball player.
Hell yeah. Shit, we've been waiting for a ball player for a while out here. It's been kind of dead, no entertainment. Can't you tell some of this shit we're talking about? We need some entertainment. Jumbo, see if you can stir a crybaby up real quick.
Anything like that, we didn't want to play the ball too long.
And I need another ball player.
Swing, baby, swing.
Get them cleats tied up.
Bring the water door with you.
As they say in the pokey, get laced up, because here we go. You know, if a motherfucker lacing up his shoes, some shit's fixing to go down. Snakehead shit you was talking about. I just seen it here posted on Facebook. Traffic enforcement alert, Pennsylvania Avenue from 192nd Northwest to 179th Southwest, August 4th through the 8th. Have to tell everybody where we're going to be at.
Yeah, I see that shit. I follow them on X. I always comment to them. I remind them of... I've even asked, how much are we paying you to post this shit on here?
No shit, I feel like going on that. You know what, y'all are some real bright motherfuckers and we pay y'all for this shit. You to go tell everybody, we're going to be over here getting ready to bust all you people that are driving stupid. Here, we're going to advertise it so that way y'all can avoid the area. And to me, that just shows they don't want to do their fucking job.
Revenue collectors.
You got license and shit, they're going to drive different routes. So we don't have to process the paperwork. Oh, look at that little dead key. Oh, Matthew must be up to it again.
Damn it.
You know those squeaky ass shit over crackling that microphone around. It's kind of cute, you know, like a little bitty puppy. Squeak, 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 squeaky! They need to quit trying to rub one off.
I don't know, they're driving around Dickie with their old plastic microphone.
Yeah, sound like we're trying to rub one off on that microphone with that poor little pathetic eraser-sized speaker.
Oh, that ain't nothing.
Yeah, with my microphone, we riding around Dickie.
I'll pull up on it, put that switch, let that...
Fix that damn thing.
I don't know. So you drive around Dickie.
You better quit, somebody's gonna find you and jerk your ass out of that fucking truck.
Oh, you gonna tell us old dumb bed Danny's at it?
Sucker in Eeyore, probably.
No, dumb bed Danny, hell, he ain't gonna say nothing. He ain't got his buddies out there to feel big and bad in front of. Man, I keep seeing these pictures of these sand rail dune buggies, man. It brings back a lot of memories of my childhood growing up. And when my dad died, he had a four-seater. It looked just like a regular buggy, but up behind the two front seats, right in front of the fuel tank, it had a little small bench seat where you could put two smaller people. Man, that damn thing was a blast. But we tried to get it after he passed away. It was over in this salvage yard. And people wouldn't let us have it.
Hey, we got one right here in the backyard, snowman.
Roger.
I think it's one-seater. Got the big old paddle tires on the back of it. It's set up with a 454. It ain't got no motor in it. It's set up for a 454.
That's one of them sand drags. Yeah, we used to see those a lot down there on the Canadian River, down at Union City. They used to hold races down there, drag races, oh shit, what they call them goddamn things, trail runs and all kinds of shit. Them Bajas, and get to hauling ass because the bottom of that fucking Volkswagen ain't nothing but like a cookie sheet. It's fucking flat pan under it. Get to hauling ass down the side of that river on that sand and then just turn over into that water. Then you'd skip right to the other side of the fucking river. But you better make sure you was hauling ass, man, or you wouldn't make it. That's where I learned to drive like a crazy idiot, was down there on that shit, running Bajas and stand rails, man. We was like 8, 9 years old. My dad was fucking psycho, man. If it burnt fuel, he built it, run it, raced it. It didn't matter. And he started he got us into motorcycles when I was 4 years old, and then got into the Bajas and sand rails when I was 8. That's where I learned to shift a standard transmission. That was some fun shit. Buck Kelly had fucking hydroplane boats, fucking race cars that did the roundy round track right there at the fairgrounds. He raced there and down in Grady County at Chickasha. Fucking got hold of cars and fucking drug them to the backyard, pulled motors out, rebuilt them, stuck them in, and turned around and painted the bastards, and he'd sell them.
That guy again, he's made and grew up in a federal building here on Pump Street. He got
I just caught a quick glimpse of a damn banner going across something about arresting Democrats that are trying to flee the state on redistricting. I'm like, uh-oh, we gotta see what this is about. P. Diddy, they tried to get him out on bail, and the judge said, nope, you'll stay there till sentencing. You're not getting out. Damn, they got a silver alert over a guy down in McAllister, 60 years old. I'm like, oh shit, hell, I'm old enough now for that crap.
Old enough for what?
Osage County Police investigating cattle rustling.
south at the old hole.